Is that coming through now? There we go. Sound. Right, now we've got to sort everything else. Okay. Now, where's my webcam? Uh... Eh. Come on. Oh, this one. Come on. Yeah. Nailed it. Yeah, I basically knocked the cables and then it was like... Yeah, it didn't like it anymore. Hey there, Ransel. Hey there, Akras. How you guys doing? Welcome. So today's an interesting stream. Last stream, we started doing... looking at... Well, we got keyboard and mouse working. And then we started looking at how to do gamepad at the end, like doing gamepads. And then in the middle of doing that, we was like, hang on a minute, maybe we could get multiple, because to do gamepads, basically, you have to use UDEV, which is about connecting to like actual devices. And in doing so, we was looking for like the SDL source code as well. You can actually get any device, like you get like keyboards, mice, touchpads, like even like sound devices show up. So in doing so, we can also perhaps do multiple keyboards and mice. And I think it'd just be an interesting thing to sort of explore to begin with. And if we can't do it, we'll just do the gamepad stuff. But I just think it'd be interesting to sort of see what we can do, really. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. So there's this command we was using, this is it, XInput2, and it could list out and give us IDs. So this is the thing we need to figure out first. Is I got like too many drinks here. Okay, put my phone here. Oh. Did you have a look at libinput? I didn't have a look at libinput, but I think doesn't libinput live underneath? Yeah, I remember you mentioned it last time. No, yeah, wait, we did this, didn't we? Libinput. Yeah, but I think I want to use the raw. Right, and to a generic thing. So I could use libinput. Interesting. Yeah, but it sits on top of X11 anyway, but I guess it provides an interaction between Wayland. It's a common abstraction top of Wayland and... Right. Okay, because it's saying you can do XInput and libinput. Permission denied. Just what I like. Whereas if I did... list not installed. Right, XInput list. And then if I do list devices, does that get the errors? See, yeah, I don't know about libinput. I'm not sure about it. I've not seen it. We could take a quick look about it, but... So we might have some headers. Should we look at some headers at least? User include libinput .h single header. Oh, let's look at it. Egotist, welcome. How you doing? So maybe this could be easier, right? So, you know, we'll mean we're dependent on this library though, but it should come pre-installed on all modern Unix systems, or sorry, all modern well, yeah, not Unix, but yeah. So it's got about 5,000 lines of header file. Okay, so let's figure out like mouse. Like mouse what? Like, so there's an event. Oh, there's an actual event. So you get the events specifically for input. So can I do like a X display or like display? What about, so it's built directly on top of UDEV, right? Oh, some good theory test. Yeah, through event the device. Yeah, interesting. So there's an event keyboard, where representing a keyboard key press. So if you look at this structure, get time. Ooh, get the time for this event. Get the key code. Get the state. So it's probably key press up or down, right? Yeah, beautiful. Keep going. So you can just get, you can't get the multiple keyboards though. You only get a single keyboard. There's no, it doesn't tell you which keyboard it came from. Alright, yeah, I guess we're not going to use this thing then. Huh. Yeah, I don't think you get multi-keyboard on the event. Because that's what we're trying to figure out now. But yeah, it's interesting though. It does look quite neat and tidy, not gonna lie. Like, it looks like a nice tidy API. But let's check the gamepad stuff. We can't create keyboard FD to get the events. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to go that low level. Because I don't think you can actually open up the file descriptor. You need sudo. I think you need superuser. So the method I was going to try is this one. We'll give it a go. But yeah, we're just going to see if it'll work is all. So what we discovered is there's an XInput extension. And this can give us, if we do a list, it can tell us everything that's connected. Here's my beautiful Apple keyboard. And, you know, I've got another mechanical keyboard in front of me as well, but we'll plug that in a bit. So what we can do is we can, with XKB, it will give us, when we receive one of the X keyboard events, let's go into the OS Linux thing. So when we receive some of the XKB X11 X extensions, right? I'm glad I didn't do it as extension, it's just proper extension. But anyway, XKB protocol, I think the header is. Yeah, oh, proto. So in here, you can specifically see there's like a key code or something, like a code. Yeah. So, where is it? It's like action, isn't it? Action, that was one we saw. Right. Action message. So this one, I think, tells you whether it's like the key has been pressed, right? And it gives you a key code. It also gives you a device ID, which is a U, like is it a U8, right? And that device ID directly maps to this thing here. And then using this, there was a way to do it. I forgot what it was. A list. We had it before. XInput list properties for ID 8, and it gives you the device node, right? It gives you this, and this is the thing that we can use to give to UDEV, right? To get us. So when the keyboard is attached, right? This is UDEV. Like, I think we'll be. Oh, it gives us the product ID as well. device enabled. So we might be able to use some of this to link the X event to the udev thing. So when you connect to keyboard, you get some device ID or whatever. You can link that to whatever this X11 ID is. So I think this is the route that we can go. So I just want to explore it. So what we need to do is we need to look at the source code of XInput and find the list props thing. So XInput source code. And I think XInput.c. So list properties. Right. So that calls list props. So that's obviously defined in some other header file somewhere, this list props. Here it is. So if you have IX2, which we do, right? IX2 is XInput2. That's what we're looking at, is XInput2. Because if I see here, XInput -- version, it's going to say 1.6, but it's actually the IX version is, so the server is 2.4. So we can now look at this one. So it uses XInput itself. Right. Yeah. This is what I do, is figure out how does it do it for the XInput API. Yeah. So you can do list properties. And then what? Go over all the properties and it gets the ID. Right, let's read that. So colon. Right, device colon. Then go over the properties, print property. 2. So atom property. Get property. Oh yeah, because I remember seeing this function and I was like, what are all these parameters? So we'll look at that. Oh no. Isn't this lovely? So basically we need to get, so what an atom is an atom is a string ID. It's a deduplicated string identifier. So it just uniquely references a string. So I think we can turn that atom into something, we can turn a string into an atom, and then we can just query the property ourselves manually without having to use the get properties thing. So the one we're specifically looking for is this device node, or maybe device product ID. So I think, yeah, so we're looking into that. So basically we'll get like how could it do a device node? So it's in one of these, so it's this one. So it's atom. So it says name on the left, so it says get atom name. Excellent. Puts it here. Oh no, it's not this one, because it's got an extra thing. String. No. Right, so maybe it is the string one. So this property that comes in. Oh no, it is. It's right here. Oh, I see. I see now. Yeah, it's just string. So it does name property, prints out the string. Okay, so it gives us a string of the path. I also have this product ID thing here. So, and that one's maybe 2 integers that come through, so you get 2 integers. So now we've just got to figure out, can we map this information to what we get from udev? And if we can, then we just got to see if we can get the X event, and it does generally give us 2 different IDs here for different keyboards, right? And then if all that makes sense, all that works out, then we can do multi-keyboard. It's just writing the rest of the code basically. So with udev, so let's take a look at the SDL source code and see what they do when they grab the so vim source Linux. Is it source Linux udev? Oh, I forget. Oh, is it like platform or something like that? No. Or I don't know. We're gonna grep for it. Grep udev. Well, we'll get some find files in it. Find dot dash name star udev star. There we go. Source core Linux SDL udev .c. So in here, when they talk with udev, like we're trying to find, like, because as you can tell when they do a poll for the device, they can they pick up like keyboards and stuff, but they don't really do much with it. Like they pick up mice and keyboards and everything, but I don't think they actually do much with it in the higher levels of SDL from what I remember. So what we're trying to see is like when you process a udev device, is this information that we can get from the properties, can this allow us to make a link between X11 and udev? And if it can, the event that comes through should be, we can map it to that. And then whenever we plug in multiple keyboards, we can use udev to tell us, oh, there's keyboards plugged in. And then we can use X11 to then map it to a udev device. And then we can give you back a nice ID for that device. So in terms of like udev, when you connect a device, you get this sort of udev device thing, right? So there's property. Oh, right. So I guess we can just query udev. Wait a minute. LSUSB is it? Or you have to cat something. Yeah, because we obviously have these IDs. But these are like vendor and sort of like device ID or whatever it is. But they, you know, they end up sharing. Like if you have two of the same thing plugged in, they'll share the same ID, I think. So we need this. So yeah, we should be able to map that to a string search. So we do have our hash table that we made on the previous stream, so we can just use that, hopefully. So in terms of like, I forgot what we did. We catted something. This is it. Yeah. So if we search in here for Apple, event 16. Yeah, handlers event 16. So it's called a handler. So we go through the udev header file. User include libudev, right? Oh yeah. So the libudev, is it called handler? No. So we got some sort of udev device. Get dev path. Right, this seems like it could be something, right? So there's dev path, there's subsystem, there's sysname, right? So I think these are pretty much what we need. And this could be our mapping, I reckon. So let's see. So udev, we could just man that, right? Anyway, udev device get dev path, and this tells us. So it doesn't give us anything like example wise of like what it gives you. So we'll have to. Aha. Quad device node subsystem. Anyway, it must be possible to get the string back somehow. I don't have to write a test program. Maybe I can say like udev list devices, right? And if it gives us a string back through whatever function is, we can either look for the source code for it, or we can like subsystems. Ooh. There's the attributes of a device. Whoa. Attribute walk. So the name. Let's see if we can try it. Let's paste that in. Oh, dev device name. Oh. What one do we want to do? Like, where is it? Where's the keyboard one? Cat dev. Where do keyboards live at? Linux keyboard. Dev input. Ugh, no, it's not it. Right. Yeah, dev input somewhere. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. Right, let's try that out. So it'll be like input slash. Oh, I don't know it. ls. Oh, let's do cat dev input by ID, right? Excellent. So I want to get that. And then I want to. Oh. Oh, yeah. Right, here's the juicy stuff. So apparently it's on event 16. So that's kernel. That's what it says, kernel, for some reason. So we could look at maybe the source code of this thing. Subsystem input. I know that's really making too much sense to me. Kernel sequence number, that's not right. Okay, it's a little bit not right. I don't think this is what I wanted, the information I wanted. Event 16. Look at device like a parent device. So it's like, when does kernel equal? Then event 16. But yeah, maybe that's not quite it. So let's see if we can find any more dumping ways of dumping find. So udev sort of like list devices, list all devices. That's what we want. Because all I want to do is like find out, or maybe we want to say like udev find file path in C or something like that. Find a bus number, device number. Well, maybe we can just take this and play with it, right? Why don't we just like take this, put it in a test file, compile it, and then just like see what stuff we can get back from the devices. Maybe that'd be a good shot. So do a for each. Get name. Oh, entry get name. And that gets you your device from a system path. Also could be syspath. Get syspath. That could be it. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for. Sysname, syspath. Because, or dev path. I think those are the ones that we need. And then we can do, and that could be the map. So we could just quickly check this, right? So we'll just do one of these. So we'll just open up a new terminal. mkdir test. Alright, cd into test. We've got stuff in there. Right, vim test.c, drop that in there. So what we want to do is ideally do this sort of device get path, syspath, and we do a dev path as well. So we get like a const char star p pp dev path. So we just now want to do a printf. Printf path equal, or syspath equal that. And that'll be the p. And then we want to do pp. This will be dev path. So, and then we should obviously print out the, and then just do an extra line. Okay. So if this information here, wait, you get uint back? Okay. Oh, it's all one word. All right, done. So now we get out of there, and let's do a clang -o test -l u dev. Excellent. Then we run that test. Absolutely nothing. Love it. Just quickly make sure we're looking at the right file or whatever. Oh, just compiling it. Oh, CMA modem. Oh, good point. So what do we want to enumerate then? Get a new enumerator, match this, scan devices. So let's remove that. Good catch there. Ah ha ha ho. So dev path does, right, so these are all of my devices. Try input. Oh, wait, so what you're saying is try input here. Ho, got some answers. So this is not quite exactly what I wanted though. It's close. We need a full-on path to a. Maybe these are these a path to a file? They're not, are they? No. But sys might be. Sys devices. Cat sys devices. Yeah, these could be, but I don't know if that is. Wait a minute. ls dev input. So they're not links, but the ones in sys devices. Input 21. It's just way too far. I wonder if there's symlinks in any way to the dev ones. But anyway, I don't think that's good enough. But it's close. Let's see what else we got. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So there's a dev node. There's a sys name. So sys name could be good enough, right? So let's modify this thing again, because all we might need is the file, like, you know, event 16. That's all we might need, right? We'll have a look. Okay. But equally, there could be like a sys number. Like when it comes to linking against the X11 stuff. Yeah, you just get a product ID. That's not what you want in an event 15. So I think it's anything you can link it against. Oh. Wait, why is that on the camera now? Okay, did I unplug stuff then? Oh yeah, it did. 9. So you get this keyboard, event 17. Oh. Right, so we've just tried dev path, system path. Let's try sysname. Sysname. What else are we doing? Try dev node as well. Hey Joe Mega. Oh no. Yeah. Joe Mega. I knew you'd I knew you'd think that. Oh, that's funny. Right. But yeah, how's it going, Jamega? Good to see you. Going down a bit of a rabbit hole right now with UDev. Trying to see if I can link the X11s with the UDevs. Wait, should we quickly Google it? Xlib get UDev path in C. get udev. Redefinition of pp, exactly. We like the pp sometimes. How's it going, Meeple1? Right, no one's really talking about this madness that we're doing on the internet. So dev node. Yeah, dev node. Oh yeah, refund the pp. Too many pps. Right, dev node, wasn't it? Yeah. Right, let's try that one. And oh yeah, so dev node is the thing we want. Dev node. Dev. Yes, we've got the link. So we're still not finished with the research. There's one more thing we need to check, and that is, can we actually get the event back through the xlib library? If we can, bam, it's gonna be amazing. So, right, but now we know we need to use dev node. That's when we get our udev device and get the thing, put that into a hash table. Excellent. Dad's triple bypass surgery and went, oh wow, went great. So yeah, happy. That's great, good news. That sounds like a lot. See, I'm not very familiar with these double and triple pipe, but yeah, it sounds, let's have a, like what is, surgeon reroutes blood around 3 blocked areas in your cautery heart arteries. Wow. Moves. Yeah, that sounds complicated and very, very dodgy. My brother's had open heart surgery, so he's had he's got to do a new sort of one of these operations soon as well. But yeah, I'm happy to hear that. Just got 60 Great British pounds of hormones. Enough for 2 months, so right, so I think this is it. I think we're on the path. So this is going to be amazing. So back into our actual project here. Now we need to figure out, how do we get this, or is this the right thing, right? So XKB action message. Is this the right thing we use to get the, so let's close all this garbage. Actually, no, that one's J Omegas. We'll keep this one open. So XKB action message. Like, what is this thing? So, like, is this where it's like, oh, I've pressed a key? Oh, there's another thing we could just check, which would be easier, rather than asking the internet for things. Honestly, I think Googling for stuff is very hard nowadays, and maybe they've done it intentionally so you talk to robots. Because I remember when I used to first start programming, I used to be able to Google stuff and find it. But now I think the search engines have just got worse. And I don't know if it's because I'm searching for more obscure things, or just searching for stuff is just like the algorithms just got worse. Where are you testing Win32 Virtual Machine? No, I got it natively installed. I've got a separate. Someone told me suggested in Discord, why don't you get installed on a separate hard drive? And I was like, that's a good idea. I've got one in the back of my PC, so I got a separate M.2 drive, and I disconnected the Linux one, right, just in case Windows came in there and destroyed it. And then I installed Windows on it, and then I installed my Linux. No, then I put the M.2 drive back in for the Linux drive, and I updated my Manjaro PC, and automatically installed a boot. I thought I'd have to press F12 every time, go into the BIOS just and change the boot thing just for that one turn. But no, I did a Manjaro update, and it just installed the boot thing automatically. So it's super amazing. Like I didn't have to do anything. It just, now every time I build my PC, it remembers which one I was last on, and it will go right into it. If not, I just change it to the other one. So good. So yeah, I just dual boot Windows, and so we did it properly, because doing virtual machines is still, in 2023, is quite bad. Like, yeah, it's just so fiddly. I remember trying doing it before. So we're trying to notify, is it, okay, there's an action message, right? So that is a real thing. So why don't we just, if we can't see anything about action message here, action message, press message is true, generates an action message event that reports a key code. This is exactly what we want. Right, so basically subscribe to action message. So we've got to find that select event thing, right? So when we boot up our OS backend, we're just going to hop into here. XKB, which is the keyboard extension to X11, so it does extra bells and whistles. We need to subscribe to this extra bell and extra whistle. So we need the action message mask. Yeah. Literally. There we go. That's all we need. So this one says, which ones do you want to change? And this one says, what do you change them to? So you just repeat it, basically. Yes, that's a mask of what you want to change. And then here's a mask of what they want to actually be. So you can turn them off, basically, right? Next. So now it means we can actually get the event. So there's a map notify. Mapping notify. That's not the right one, is it? No. Right, mapping notify. So there's no mask for this. Right, so this is vanilla X11. Structure notify. Right, so maybe I didn't need to subscribe to that other one. But if I go back to the XKB then. Map. Map notify. Right, so let's go back to the docs. Map. New keyboard modify map notify. Right, this sends an map notify explicit and indirect map changes of any interest to the client. Right. Changing a key with behavior of lock. If a range of key codes changes, the clients have requested new keyboard notify events are not sent. Clients that do not have this new keyboard notify events are sent other XKB change events, e.g. map notify, as necessary to alert them to any of the keyboard changes if possible. Right, so we did this wrong. Map notify. Right, so we did the map notify mask, but we didn't subscribe. We actually didn't subscribe to the event. Okay, this is good. Good to know. Which one is it? This one. Come on. There we go. So this can actually go. We've got to somehow do this E-type thing, and I forgot how to do it with this extension. So we've got to figure that one out. So when processing the X11 event. No, I don't do Windows development by default, but we will be doing this in Windows next in the following streams whenever we have the gamepad all set up. But yeah, we don't work on Windows by default. Map notify. So we're gonna do like XKB event loop in C. Events sample, excelente. So I think we need to get some form of like start and end thing. I remember being that before. Yeah, like an event start and event end or something like this. Oh, come on. It's not XKB. Select events, all events. And then they didn't actually handle it. That's not XKB. Right, because I remember I've done it with X. All right, we're going to an old thing. I've done it before with xrandr. So that's to get the display sizes and everything like that, and you can, which is, so we're looking at that one. Yeah, hey Jamaga, basically, XKB is an extension to X11, but it's basically installed on all systems. It's just, X11 is old, let's bring out a new thing that sits on top of it. So, yeah, that's all it is. So xrandr, or let's go to like event process. So at the bottom, right, if type is equal to, there'll be a base, okay, base, event base, okay. So there's a base, right, query extension. So I think we might have to look at some of this. Is there a query, major, minor? Okay, look at that. Event base, this is it, okay. So we need an X11. Yeah, I don't know though. It's all unknown stuff to me. I know I'm going to a bit of unknown territory now, but I heard good things about like XCB, right? People are like, oh yeah, use XCB, it replaces xlib, and I go and do it, and then like I try and do the keyboard thing, and they don't have a UTF-8, a key code to UTF-8 conversion function. And I believe that basically meant I had to implement something very ludicrous manually. So I just didn't do it in the end. So I'm worried. I'm skeptical that something like that is around. It is going to happen to me again. But I do think. But yeah, I also have to switch over to Wayland itself. And I'm not running Wayland right now. And also X11 does work, like X apps do work in Wayland, but I'm not sure how good that is though. So at least for now it should be good enough. So we need to add a base event, int xkb base event, something like that. or event base? Excellent. So in here, I forgot which pointer it is, but it's third one in. GOS Linux. Oh, it's OS Linux. Oh, OS backend. Right, there we go. XKB base event. Right, so now we've got this thing. Whenever we poll those events, right, this is where the magic happens. We say if, so we now say if xe.type is equal to this plus, then whatever this event is. So there's a couple, right? And this one, map notify, there's another one. This one is like the action notify, isn't it? All right. Event base. Right, so if I now print out here and just say, just put garbage out there, and then let's also open up the main file, and then let's comment out this, and let's see what happens, right? So we're gonna run the game. Don't get anything coming out right now. Oh, I know why. It's because we're handling the standard keyboard stuff. We'll disable that. So it's because we went and... Oh, no, it's not. God, that's the mask. Right, not the mask, the actual one. If I remember correctly, on Windows, you just get the Unicode for the key with the event. If your app uses Unicode, at least. With that code page set, once everything... What's most APIs work with Unicode? Right. Okay, interesting. Two Unicode functions, scan code. Yeah, so this is what xlib has, but XCB does not, and that's the rewrite of xlib. But then it turns out xlib just basically got used by XCB got used by xlib, and so it really just made the internals of xlib better. And didn't really affect the user really. But yeah, they basically have a version of this as well. It's really nice. Yeah. Awesome. So yeah, I'm hoping Wayland is good, but I've just not got around to trying it yet. Yeah, I think you do get that Meeple one, but I think there's in Windows. Yeah. Right. Comprehensive guide for XKB. Comprehensive, you say? I think it's very system admin-y. Right. So we definitely select the event action message, message. The base, one of these guys. Error base, event base, op, return base. That's not what we want. Okay. So we've got the correct one. So why oh why do I not get? Right, let's take a look at the window abstraction layer again. See what we had before. Event base. It's the same thing. I'm just trying to see this in the terminal. You know? Wait, but does an unhandled event come through? That's an interesting question. Nothing. So, what about if we disable So I was hoping you could call select event on like a specific window, but it doesn't. Device ID, effective values. Specify the core key without having to look up its XInput extension identifier. All XInput classes use this to get all device indicators, whether they're part of the indicator class or not, all device IDs. Let's try this one out, see if it changes anything. So apparently that one didn't work. Right, let's try that one out, see what happens there. Right, this one doesn't work either, so it's only that core KVD one. So we could try subscribe to all events and just see what happens, right? So if we subscribe to all events, let's see if that is a way around it. Do we get any extra bells and whistles now? See, when I'm typing, I don't get anything. Subscribe, select, input, xlib in C, something like that. What event are we looking for? So you can maybe see if SDL has solved this problem. Should we take a look at their code? I guess. So what it would be like core? Would it be in core Linux? Core Unix X11, right? Have we got a shared thing? No. Core Linux. Core X11 maybe. Would it be in like video? Wait a minute. Window. That should be in window. Okay, video window. Windows. X11. So what we're looking at is the event processing, right? Do they handle anything with XKB there? And if they do, what do they do to solve that problem? So they poll for some form of event. So I'm sure they have they use xrandr in here, do they? Like, I'm sure they must have some form of... Like, do they use like xrandr and a dispatch event? Right. Poll event. I don't know if they have anything special here. Ah, there you go. So they do it for xrandr, but I don't know if they do it for anything. Right. So yeah, I've done that on my previous one as well. Previous window abstraction layer. Right, we already did this. And that would do it when you set it up. Right. But we didn't have to select any event for that. Just close that for now. Okay. So we know so we just queried the version and that was it with xrandr to set it up, right? It didn't do anything. It was a query extension. So we've done that with this XKB. So let's comment this out and see what happens. Does it do anything? Alright, so put these back at least. Let's see if we can do XKB select event. Right, somewhere in here does it tell us? This changes X selection mask. Each event. Right, do we have to poll the events differently maybe? Should we look through the header to see if there's anything special about it? Right, any other special functions? XKB. XKB lib, excellent. So let's look for event now. through here. Are we missing anything? Okay, so here's all the event structures. Great. So is there a special function we have to call? Device, bell event, select events, event details. No map changes. Refresh, keyboard mapping. Right, so now there's just this any event thing, but I don't know how you get this. Is this like the other any event? Yeah, SDO is easier, but we won't be able to get multi-keyboard layout in SDO in, yeah. Hey Davros. I'm usually NIH all the way, but I was happy to use this. I'm not invented here all the way, but not to use SDL to cross-platform input. Yeah. See, we just made it harder on ourselves because I want to do multi-keyboard and multiple mice plugged in. So we're trying to figure out how do we do events from X keyboard, but no one seems to you Google for it, you can't find it. Because most Google searches for XKB. Do I need it? Probably not. But yeah, it's one of those things where I want to sort of like a sort of fun side thing to do. But yeah, I think it would just be an interesting, like, I'm going to be adding multiple. Yeah, we'll sort that out. Don't touch cables. There we go. So, I probably want to make something like couch co-op playable, right? So we play multiple people on the same machine. So having multiple keyboards just seems, I always find it really weird when games don't allow you to touch multiple keyboards. So yeah, I think it might be an interesting thing just to have done. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting. So I want to explore because I haven't explored this yet. And while I was exploring the gamepad thing, we're going to be exploring multiple gamepads anyway. So, and that connects via this UDEV thing. So I'm thinking, can I have a way to sort of like know when a keyboard and a gamepad and a mouse is individually connected, and then have the game pick up on that, and then link it to these XKB events that come from the system. So we've done the research, and it seems it's possible to link the XKB event to UDEV, but we're just trying to get this pick up on the event itself. So, X11, the joys. I guess you might have keyboard trackpad or whatever. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, see, I don't know how that because I googled about multiple mice, right, in Linux, and apparently, like the KDE window manager doesn't pick up on it. So I'm hoping, but X11 does support it. So I'm hoping that if you plug a multiple in, that at least the application can pick it up. So we'll see. Sometimes multiple keyboards are on the same OS, are on a purpose OS limitation, or limitation at least. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is on a per OS basis, right? Basically, isn't it? are selected using event mask, much the same as the core events are selected. However, unlike selecting core events, you must specify the selection status on or off. For all possible event types where you wish to change the selection criteria, specify many event types generated under several different circumstances when selecting to receive. Lived under also or only a subset of particular circumstances. You can deselect blah 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 blah. Right. Do I have to do like an XSync maybe? Let's delve into SDLT sources to get pen pressure working on iOS. Haven't got much working on Linux as well. If you can't do it for multiple, it's HID time. Yeah, that hardware interface device, I think that's done via UDEV. So we're just trying to link it up via UDEV, really. Where is it, UDEV? Oh no, doing it directly with the device. Yeah, but I think you need sudo for that. Right. So I want to see like an example of this being used, basically. And then if I can find an example. Right. Oh my days. XKB event core, and it fills in all the extra bells and whistles. No, that's not right. Oh my days. Oh my days. XKB open display. Oh. Oh. What is this? Ah. What? Literal rocket science. XKB open display. What the kappa? Checks for compatible version of extension and then initializes the extension for use. As convenient, you can use this function to perform these three tasks at once. Open the connection, check for compatible version. Oh yeah, but we already do this, right? And initialize the extension for use. Right, so this query? Oh, use extension. Is that right? So we didn't do the use extension thing. I think that's what we're missing. Oh. Days. But I was already kind of using it before. So. Not that one. So, chorus failed to initialize. What do I need again? I need the connection. And then I need the major and minor version. Those pointers? Good old putters. So let's try that. That person was saying use this open display thing and then use select events, but we just... Right, so open display, is that base? Look at that again. Event return. The base event code. Okay, so it's a base event code, but it works differently apparently because it's like a XKB type, right? So it has to be equal to that. Oh, display, such a local name. Yeah, for display, I think monitor. Exactly. Terrible name. So that's why I call it connection or display connection, because it's a connection to the display server. Yeah. Right, so this time... Right, so I think it has to be equal to that. I'm subscribing you, yeah, I'm subscribing. Let's just double check this. So it's a big ass thing, right? Next event. And you just go through all of these, and obviously it's not going to overlap, right? So let's check what... I didn't really check what this base event is, so should we check that first, right? So let's double check this. Core abort blah d 85, right? So it's set to something. So do we never get? So let's print out all the events that we can get. And we're looking for like an 85, right? So oh, it's just up here. Okay, I don't know why I was jumping all over the place. It's just above and below. All right, so it's so we could try and select all of them. Let's just enable them all the events, right? So we just got one event coming through there when I pressed it. They're not getting a subscription. So is it even initialized properly? So let's instead try XKB open display and let's see what happens, right? Oh, it is a return. So was it X what? X OS backend event base. What was the other one? Null, basically. something like that. Still nothing. I know I was running this still, but yeah. We could try this person's thing and stick in that test program, right? That's the other way we could try it out. So all this test program here that we tried. So let's if def this out. Else it. And if, and then we'll just drop this in here. Let's try this out. So we'll link with xlib libx11. That's it. Ah. That was garbage. Oh, I was looking for notify, isn't it? That's for notify mask. We're not looking for notify mask. We're looking for action. Let's do all the events. So we'll do like all. Wait, state notify mask. Oh, right, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, so if it's equal to, we wanted to try the action one, wasn't it? Action message. Right, it's that one there. Because we read. Yeah, did we do a warn? What's a warn X? But it doesn't do a new line. So I feel like I don't really have a window either. As anyone do Control C, it did that thing. I don't know, this feels like garbage. In general, yes, it's perfectly reasonable to call any kinds of XLM requests which need a window handle and get in the selection for open a window by creating input only. Been delivered to your X client. But we're literally not getting any. No, it's not the one. Was it XKB? Right, let's use this website and this should help me find something on GitHub or whatever. And then we should be able to hopefully find like an event loop. But yeah, this example didn't really profit in any way. Come on. Oh, that's an advert maybe, and I'm using Brave, so it's not showing up. Right, so it's not really showing anything different. Plasma desktop, register for X11 events, new keyboard. It's not quite what we want. We want action mask at least. Just a way for them to process it, you know. Select event details. There's this one that gets called. Let's just take a look at that. But I don't know if that allows you to select or deselect and optionally place conditions for when events of that type are reported to your client, right? We don't even call this, so you expect all the time. So based on this, yeah, I don't know if that needs to get called. Let's close that. Right, let's keep going through these samples. Select event details, all components mask, notify, state notify. So there's this initialized that they're calling, but I doubt there's anything special. Get the library version, query this. See, they didn't even call the initialize, and they get away just fine. Let's see if we can find someone doing the action. We'll do another search in just a second. So we'll look in one of these samples and see if we can find an event loop. For where someone is doing something very... doesn't see anything special there. What is this one? Linux XDK. Okay, so let's look at this one and just see if they... Great, file not found. Right, okay. That was great. So let's look for one where they do a select event and just sort of like... something that's got some sensible amount of all events, right? So let's click here and see if... Alright, this one's not found either. Great. Oh, come on. Um, a lot of files not found. This is not good. Hey there, Don. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. No worries, man. No worries. Let me just open the window. It's so warm. Oh. Oh. I got stencils properly. Cutting the stuff now. Sweet. Yeah, I was just suggesting using the using it as a texture, because then you wouldn't have to implement stencils in your engine, but awesome, nice. Yeah, because every time I do stencils, it's like it requires massive thought of like, when like what the stencil ops need to be, where it's just easier just to write it in a pixel shader, even though it will technically be slower or potentially slower. But yeah, that's cool. Awesome. Um, so we're looking for where someone uses this, but this we saw and they didn't even set up the event properly, right? Yeah, only problem is I would have had to create many textures on the fly. Yeah, well what I'm saying is that you could have done it like, you render into the stencil buffer. Yeah, could have rendered into a texture as well. But yeah, so yeah, that's the other approach, is doing the whole map. But yeah, it's cool though. Yeah. Display events. How can we search for xlib xkb example? Like in C, I guess. Like, why can't I get an event via the... What is this garbage? libxkb colon. This is not what we want. Where's Perry? I don't know. So I was looking at stencil states and then see some sort of oh, what? Individual front and back. Doesn't Vulkan allow for individual front and back? Oh, you didn't see it for DirectX. Oh, right. Yeah. Uh, XKB events in C. Right. Is part of XKB event type when you query the extension. All right. Okay. So they... Right, when are we calling this after we make a window, or? Right. So we make a window here, so we would have done an XSync. So we would have done an all mask. So state notify includes the changes for any aspects of the keyboard state when the modifiers set are on set. The group changes. Oh yeah, we can check the keyboard mapping by changing it in here. Excellent. So I could do that and we can capture the event. So there's that at least. But yeah, so when you get these X11 events, that should have synced. Alright. This gets you your event base. Query extension. Event base, error base. Right. So maybe let's knock out all of the X next event. Okay. Hey there, Glass. How you doing? It's supported in... Oh, that's good. Yeah, not doing bad, not doing bad. We're kind of trying to do multi-keyboard support for in the same application and multiple mice. We've figured out that we can do it via UDEV and detect keyboard inputs. We've also figured out that we can make the link between XKB and UDEV. So when you press a keyboard key, we can figure out which keyboard it comes from. And we can then map that to a UDEV device and tell you, right? But we're trying to get XKB, which is an extension to XLib, to give us an event. And we're doing all the right things, apparently, but it's not telling us the right... It's annoying. It's annoying. So that's where we're at right now. So maybe it's because I did a select input. Okay, I bet you it's this. Let's select nothing on the window. And then like, let's see what happens there. We get an 85 right away. Oh, right. This could be it. I think this is it. So the reason is because we subscribe to the old button press events. It must be that. So if we get rid of the old key press events, right, that could be why. Yes. Wait. Oh, why is it giving us it when we do mouse clicks? Right, so I change this. Yeah, so if I change my keyboard layout, it does it. From US to GB. It gives us that. So we're getting something now. But why on the clicks? Huh? So let's undo everything. Or let's put that back. Right, I'll see you soon, Don. Enjoy. Right, so I'm not getting anything when I do the key press. Keyboard click. Only when I click on the mouse. So specifically... Right, so maybe it's... Oh, so when I click on the mouse, this comes up. So if we scroll down, if it's equal to base, give us that. But I don't know which one it's equal to, right? It could be equal to any of them. Let's go and put the ones back that we wanted. We specifically wanted map, notify, and action. Right, so if I click on it now, so action comes up here. For a mouse, but not for keyboard. But this is XKB, this is keyboard. So why am I getting an action message for... Am I getting an action message? Should we have a look? So if we get this, right. So if this, I think there's like a sub. You got to cast it into like one of those X any events. Yeah, this one, XKBE. So we'll just cast XE into that. And now what we can do is say XKBE XKB type if that is equal to this. Let's see if we get this. Right, put exclamation bells and whistles in there. Yeah, parents got him. And that sadly not down with parents. Oh right, you just responded on. I see now. Oh no, get out of there. Oh, interesting. Right. So if we do a mouse click, we don't get in there. Right? Which is weird. Any XKB type. Date notify. Action method. So which one is it? Should we print it out? And we can see what it is. Oh, come on. This guy. What? If it's equal to base, do we not compile it? I thought we was getting that thing coming through here. Oh my days. Right, so I did like an all events, wasn't it? I guess. Right, so the number we get is a 2. A 2. So we go to this all events thing. Right, a state notify. But we're not getting action. And state's only for the mouse. Right, let's take a look at. Just look at it now. I'm asking my 8-byte bit packing for stencil buffer. Oh no. 9 bytes? What have you done? Oh. That's not even. No. Yeah. So you got 2 bytes and then you've got 2 4 bytes. Yeah. So why didn't you have that as... Yeah. So you probably have two U32s and then one U16. But then the problem is it's not aligned, is it? Hmm. Yeah. There was the docs for this, right? XKB state notify. Right. When state notify called, after changing locked-in, if state components change, changing the keyboard state. Right, so that means when I clicked on the window, it must have been like you've entered and left, right? So type of, or entered you changed the keyboard focus. But we've already got that subscribes in a different place anyway. That's not the problem. So that's what that one is doing when we do a keyboard press. It must be the fact that we're entering. It must be something like that. But that's not what we want. So why aren't we getting the proper event? Why aren't we getting our action message? Uh, so XKB action message. Um, in X sense, XKB only supports one event. The type of the field for all events is. Oh. Maybe what we need to do is we need to subscribe the single event on the window. Right. This might be it. So when we do the subscribe event, oh, there's a mask, right? We might have to do this. One shift left, because the mask is one shift left the number, isn't it? Right? So you just key press, for instance, right? This one is 5. Key release is 3. Oh no, it's not, is it? Uh... So, is there a mask in here that we can tell X11 to subscribe to? So it says, like, according to X11, there's only one event. Um... In X sense, XKB only has one event. The type of the field for all XKB events is X event code. I don't know if it is that though, because they give you back a base. No. What is this? xkbevents.c. Send new notify message. Right, so this is maybe the source code of XKB itself. So what about the action one? Action message. So they send you like an action message or something. So it's event code plus the event base. Bearing in mind it's 0 anyway, right? Plus the event base. So ours is 85. And then, oh, interesting. While interest. So if the client XKB is initialized, action message mask. So it won't send it if you haven't got these, right? But I think we have got these. I don't know if it's really sending it or not. It's hard to know. Hmm. Yeah, so I'm still thinking like, is it worth like so when we did that xrandr thing, did we have to select the event? We did it before, right, with with my window abstraction layer. So this is a past library I've written before. Did I have to do a select event with this? Oh, xrr select. Yeah, we've done, yeah, select input. But there's no xkb select input, there's select events. So in the old abstraction layer, we've got xrr select input, and we've got xrr query, wasn't it? Query extension. Yeah, there's no xkb select input anywhere. There's select events. And there's that other one where it's like details. The event type, bits to change, values for bits, device. It could be this thing. Use core KBD. It could be that. If it could fit in 8 bytes, we technically have used it as the hash itself. Right. Yeah, that would have been great if you could do that. Well, doesn't it fit as in? Because you've got the. Well, technically this fits in 8 bytes, but then this doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, also it's 10 bytes, isn't it? Yeah. You're 2 bytes off. Well, this is a wasted byte, but yeah. Yes. Comparison often right enabled, yeah, you need a different one. Yeah. Core use KBD. So maybe this could be the problem. On a device ID or core use this. So I guess that is saying. While select events allows multiple events to be selected, select details changes the selection criteria for each type of KB event. The interpretation of the bits of change depends on the mark. Right. XKB events are selected using the mask, much the same as normal. However, unlike these ones, or the standard X events, where you specify the selection status for off, or possible. Yeah. It's all possible. Sorry, for all possible event types, which you wish to change. Right. Where you must specify the selection status on or off. So unlike X11, we must specify the selection status on or off for all possible event types. Whenever you wish to change the selection criteria, allows you to specify only the event types you wish to change. Yes. So you specify the ones you wish to change and the ones that the values you want to be, right? We get that bit because we've done that before. Oh, it fits into 3 bytes, not 4. Great, so that saves you 2 bytes in total. And therefore it fits into 8 bytes. Amazing. You've done it. 6 in total. Oh, even better. Oh, 6 bits. Oh. What? Stencil up. 6 bits in total. Yeah, you've already... Okay. So, yeah, you fit it within 3 bytes. Excellent. Amazing. Amazing. Under several... Okay. When selecting to receive it, you may specify either that you want it to be delivered under all circumstances or whether you want it delivered only for a subset of possible circumstances. Right, so this is a different one with details. Right, so maybe I need to use this one to say, oh, do it for absolutely everything, I don't care, because maybe it's been limited somehow. So there's 2 different ones. There's one with details and... Select details changes the event selection mask for the keyboard specified device spec to turn the selection for right. So maybe we need to use the one with details. So the details, I don't know what detail is. Have we got any of these up here? Right. Has a minor event code which you can use. Event details, event mask. Yeah, we know that one. So these are for the new keyboard. Access, details. Miscellaneous event details. Resort that don't really have any details. All state, control. We want the action one, isn't it? Action, all action mask messages. 1 shift left 0, right, okay. So all action messages. Maybe we need that one enabled. So XKB, all action mask, action messages mask. We're just going to get header files, aren't we? Of it being declared on open source operating systems. Oh yeah. Has no event details, however you can call select with these. This has the same effect as a call to select events. Right, annoying. So we're just going to try this, right? Let's just subscribe to action event. We're not gonna OR it with anything. We're just gonna do that, right? We'll try that first. Okay, nothing. The next one we're going to change is this guy. So we want to try all... Oh, do we maybe need to enable XInput2? Maybe we need to have XInput enabled. XI2. Right, it doesn't mention anything about that. Right, let's take a look at the XInput header. User include XI2. XI2 lib. XInput2. That's it. Right. So maybe we need to. So there's like query extension and that. Yeah, query extension. No. XI. That's all the stuff. Extensions XI2. We've got that one. Xlib. Oh. No query extension can be found in these. XI2 proto. The protocol. I think I can find it. Query extension, XInput extension, but they do that manually. XInput query version. Next event, raw key press, XInput raw key press. Interesting. Generic event. Oh, it says generic event as well. What's this generic event thing? But then to XKB doesn't have that, basically. They want you to use that silly XKB lib. It was. Wait, I couldn't find that. Where is it? So in here, any event. Any event? Yeah, the type they want you to use is that base thing, but with XInput, they have this generic event thing. So is there keyboard key presses in here? Grab key code. Key code. Key class info. Yeah, so they don't have anything to do with keys in here, but it's to do with like, well, there's button. Key class, touch, gesture, device, grab. Yeah, so I guess let's hook this one up and then see how, if it maybe enables anything to do with XKB, because we need this one anyway. There's a device event. And a raw event. Raw event. Raw key press. Raw key release. Oh. Look at that. And that can maybe get us something here. It's not going to give us a key code. Right, let's plug this one in. Also, very, those are 28 bits, 2 times 8, 3 times. Nice, fits in 4 bytes. Excuse me. Also, very certain if I run a formatter, it's going to screw up this formatting. Oh. Maybe. Doesn't it like aligning it with space? Don't they care about that? Hopefully not. Look at you in Rust, sensible operator operator precedence. Hey, Dr. Maruk. Yeah, Rust. Okay, we'll try this. This seems like a sensible thing to do. So there's an XInput thing we can hopefully look at. Query version. So you query the version, and then you might be able to do generic event, right? And it's just there. Oh, there's a XInput select events. Raw key press. Right, select. Right, they've got a select events. So let's just get this guy. Right. We'll do another one. And we'll do this is XInput2. Right. We'll throw that in there. Wait, that in there. XI throw in our display connection. Throw in our window. So that actually needs to go when we open up our window, you see. This one seems more sensible. So this one is the Windows, that's W, good name. You need a pointer to the masks. and the number of masks. Great. So you can't masks. Right, so you need what is that? So device ID, mask len mask. Ugly. So they must have that in the proto thing. Oh boy. Maybe it's in a different place. Maybe it's in the original. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? How we doing? So there's X input. We can check the standard one. That doesn't have it. What about X? Because there was that raw key thing, right? Rocket science. Right, XI select events. Let's Google for that. It's interesting. This is in Python though. This one. XI select events. We want to see just some example. Because this looks a bit more complicated. Same thing. Right, this looks sensible. Mask. Set mask. Oh my days. So you need to call set mask. Okay, see? XI set mask. All devices. Right, so I want to listen for all of the devices. Okay, that's good. Which is what we want. So you do set mask X. Look at all this. Look at all of this. Right, so you do a device ID all master devices. Whatever that means. Ugh. Man, why do people make rocket science APIs? So bad. Set mask. Right, XI set mask. Where's that declared? To feel smart, or you the masterpiece. Masterpiece. Oh my days, it's so bad. It's not even in the original X input. Right, it's a macro. Right, so this one, just look at this. So this one basically takes the pointer to the mask which you've allocated memory for, and ores some bits in there. So you can ore multiple bits in there. Right, so raw motion must be the biggest one. Why do people make things easy? So raw motion is one of the biggest ones. So we really want is last event. That's the one we want. Okay. Honestly, like I had to Google for someone find usage code of it, and if that's really hard to find, just look at XKB. We couldn't find any, and then in the man pages just tell you what the API does, but it never gives you examples. It's really annoying. So this isn't an array of them, but it can be. You can actually use it like it says it is a mask, which I was hoping for. So what we need to do is we need to set mask dot mask len to be equal to xi mask len. Then you want to put in the biggest one. So you put in the biggest one, which is this guy. No, it's not that guy. It's this last event one. Right? I think so at least. Then with mask len, yeah, it's that shift right plus 1. Yeah. Then we can do a set mask on all of the buggers that we want. So basically, let's try this key press and key release thing. Enter and leave, because we want to get all of the bells and whistles. You know what? There must be some more. What do I want? I want XInput2. Is that right? Yeah. I think everyone who writes documentation about examples, the documentation without examples should be smacked with a ruler. Yeah. Around the legs, you know. Kronos looking around, trying to not get any attention. Yeah, Kronos is a good example of that. Red tint on my face, probably because it's getting dark right now. And as you see, it's yeah. I'll turn the light on. Turn the light on. So the camera starts to change. You know, it's a webcam. Does all of the auto magic stuff. Hey there, Rohan. Good to see you. Oh, right. So any more buggers that we want to include? So there's so much stuff in here. We want raw key press, right? They've got key press. Wait, they've got key press. That's raw event. So what type of events structures do they have? They have like a key event. Let's Google for this one. Like, what event structure does that give us? But interesting enough, though, we could probably just see down here. Right. Device event. Print device event. So it's just a device event, right? Apparently. So if it is just a device event, that is a. So there's buttons. I must be able to get like a key code from here. There's mods, button. Button state could be. Ah, it's bloody mask. But I'm hoping there's detail. That could be the key code. So this is interesting. Maybe we can get it without XKB, just use XInput2. So keyboard conversion X. Ooh. But hopefully we get the device in here as well. Right, so we're looking for key press. This is in Chromium, apparently. Why do you need documentation? It's right there in the spec. It's so large. The point. Yeah. Yeah, I think they mean like shift and that, yeah. But yeah. Honestly, it's really, really bad. Like, why? I think in FreeBSD, I think they in their man pages they put examples literally next to everything. But that's what I've heard quoted from a FreeBSD person. But on Linux, you see it sometimes, but not everywhere, and it's really annoying. Like in the man page, you just when you see a command, you just want to see an example of how it's used before you see all of the stuff about the command. Because if you just read how it could be used, it just really like it tells you a lot, like right away. Um, yeah, it's really terrible to use. I knew it was terrible, and I sort of found a way of how we could do something, but I couldn't quite get an event to come through. So we're trying out this X input thing instead of XKB. Um, so yeah, so this one's saying you get an event through, then it's a device event, and then they're turning it X key dot X. What? Key code. It's in the detail, as I expected. It's in the detail. This could be amazing. So that means we could get the actual device, maybe. Right. If not, it's raw. If not, it's the raw event. Okay, we're trying all of these things because source ID. Wait, we needed the device ID, which could have been 0 to 8. This could be amazing. Right. Okay, I think we're going places. Let's just try it with these guys. Let's just get it going. So we need. Where's the other example we had? Right. Select events. The address of the single mask and say 1. Complete rocket science. Right. But we need a comma there. Alright. So that should select it. Now we've just got to actually go down to the event loop. And we've got to look for generic event, which is next event if cookie. Right, generic event, that's it. Oh, X11, the Pluton namespace you have is insane. So we're looking for poll the events. So at the bottom of all this garbage. So I want to just do another one, xe.type equal generic event. Oh yeah. Extension equals ix opcode. See, all these extensions handle this completely differently. And it says event cookie. It makes me hungry. No, I didn't figure out multi-keyboard with XKB. XKB was not giving me the event, but we then started looking into XInput, and turns out XInput gives you keyboard and mice, and like mouse events. So we're trying it with that now. And this one seems a lot more sensible. It seems like it just gives you the events. So yeah, we might have to query, do this. Oh. Let's get that in there as well. But yeah, hopefully this works. It is complete rocket science. Right, so we want to do like an X input thing. Let's just do that. We got asserts, my friend. There's an opcode. Extension not equal to opcode. Get event data cookie. Okay, I allow people to complain about legacy stuff in Win32. The annoying thing about backwards compat is it still works for Win16 and DOS. Amazing. Yeah, well, hopefully they start removing some of that, considering the Intel platforms are going to be maybe dropping 32-bit soon, so and 16-bit from their Intel chips. So that'll be interesting, right? So XI opcode. Let's try this. Int XI2 opcode. Drop that in there. So OS backend, and then this event thing. Is that an event base? But they never use it. They never use the event base. So we do null on null. Then we're just going to say XI2. Well, we're looking specifically for XInput2. There no major minor. OS backend connection. Display name major opcode return. So I guess that's a 2. No. Query version. Come on. Is there a way to check for XI2 at least? We'll leave it. Come back for it in a minute. Query version. Yeah, that's it. And you call that. You say it's at least 2. Alright, we can map that there like that. So you do like a... Oh, come on. I don't know what the status is. Major minor. So connection major minor. Oh, we're not using minor, so we can get rid of that. So int major. Initialize it to 0 just in case. Then we do another chorus set. That major greater than or equal to 2. X input must be at least version 2. Then this one is saying failed to get X input version. Then this one is getting the opcode. That should be fine. Good small dong. We've still got the dong going. Oh yeah. How's it going, Don? Oh. Xlib. XI2 opcode. That's what I did. Right. Bing. Bada bing. Bada boom. So. X11. So now in the event, when we do this generic event, we can say, right, let's get rid of this XKB crap. This is under an else thing. Then we say if XE, wait, this is cookie. But they never filled in the cookie. Oh, dot cookie. Generic event cookie. Let's get a cookie in here. always the right answer, a cookie. So they've got generic event. Do they ever look at the cookie? It's just a generic event with an extra. For all new extensions, why was this never in the first place? So bad. Alright, so we'll try this. I don't think I need the generic event, we'll call it. Don't think we need the cookie version. So that is just address of XE casted into it, right? Biscuits. Yeah, biscuits. To be fair, a cookie is a type of biscuit. You know. So biscuit is the category. Cookie is a specific biscuit. It's the little round ones with typically chocolate chips, right? But us Brits have a range of biscuits, you know. It might be mind-boggling to the Americans out there, but yeah, we have, you know, all sorts of cookie-like things, but they're called biscuits. Right. So in the generic event, we can now say generic event extension. Oh, it's coming together. If that is equal to OS backend op, this op thing, right? All right. And then it says get event data. X get event data. Why don't we already have the event data? Let's look at this thing. Please don't be a whole rabbit hole in itself, right? Classic. It wants the cookie, so maybe it is the cookie. We'll see. It wants a cookie. Bless it. It wants a cookie. So get event data. And you got free it as well. I don't like freeing stuff. So what does this populate? Retrieves the extra data for the cookie. You know, it gets the chocolate chips. Retrieve the free additional data. Okay. So which ones aren't populated? So if we look at the standard event, right, the any event, it's got display and then it's got an int for window, but then because it's equal to generic event, extension is there instead. What a hack. What a hack. But anyway, then they say, but this one might not be populated. No, it's got to be populated. But there's cookie, and then, oh, there's the void data. Right, so then in here, yeah, that's for cookie. I don't want cookie. I don't think you need it. Some additional events require, some generic events require additional memory store information. For these events, library returns an event cookie. I don't know if we need this, but we can take a look. Maybe we do. Oh, I think we do, because they do the if statement. And it has to pass it if not continue, and it's an actual, right, XInput needs cookie data. And then we make sure we free the cookie. Alright. We need cookies. Well, even if you say Americans don't have many biscuits, they still have use for spices. I don't know. Because they have biscuits, don't they? But they're not the biscuits that we have. The Brits raided the world for spices. Still don't use many of them. Yeah, we don't use any spices. Oh, I see what you mean. Right. Yeah. It's all quite bland over here. Like traditional English foods. Right, we need cookies, guys. Get the cookie. All the cookies. But yeah, we like every time we cook me like here, we spice up everything. Like basically every week, just all the chilies, all the seasoning. You know, all the flavor. That's what we want. Right, so we can switch on this guy. And then we get... Remember, we've got to free it though. So, oh yeah, we're calling malloc underneath somehow. Ugh. All the garbage. Right. Okay. So, if not, it's a device event. So this is where the fun begins. You know, I've been using if statements, so we're keeping with the if statement. There's raw motion in that, but let's try it with the. We want to do the key. We just want to do the key press one, wasn't it? So it's that XI key press. This is the one we want to look at. Let's just ignore the rest. I don't know why I just copied it then. But anyway, so let's go ahead and just do that, right? And then, so the magic is in this one. Is that right? Yeah, so we get the device event. We call that DE, right? So X device event. And hey, was that there? Who wasn't there? Oh. When I made something, when I made something with ground pork, I need to add a bit of the unholy spices. All right, sorry about that. Where's invented chicken tikka masala though? Yeah, apparently we did. But yeah, isn't tikka masala quite mild though? Yeah, I like a good curry. I like me the Madras or the jalfrezi. They're my go-tos. You know. Device event. DE. And then we can cast this. What are we casting? The cookie? So goodbye cookie, what the device event? Okay. Oh. XI. Right. This is where the fun begins. So we can get to detail holds the key code, right? Should we print that out in some? But there's like, so we want. There's a where is it? It's in the Google Chrome source code. There's a where is it? Right. What exactly we're looking for? Oh, device ID. This, yeah. We're trying out device ID. If we get 9, this is the thing. Right. So print out DE that equal D. Right. Hopefully we get a 9. This is where it all matters. Where and why? Alright, we need a new thing that we link against. Go into the scripts, build script. We're gonna do another dash. Oh wait. Compiler flags. So we need a dash L. Wait, could have we not linked to XKB? Could that have been the reason why it didn't work? But we were calling the functions just fine, right? And it was setting up stuff. Yeah, maybe you don't need it. XI2, is that it? Try that. That worked. No. XInput2. Right, how do we find where the library is? So should it be an X11? Apparently not. Right? Apparently undefined reference to query version. That's the linker, LD. So if we go to, see, I could just grep for it, not grep. cd/userlib. Right. So if I do like a find dash, like there is a way to do it through a command, but I always forget it. So we're just going to try it this way. So let's try XInput. XI. So there's X11, right? Yeah, so there's X11 here. Huh. Do I not have it installed? And if so, that's really worrying. Because that would mean I would have to bundle it with the app or something. Like, you know, it's not... XInput xi2 lib xi2, is that a thing? Or x libxi libxinput .so. Right, let's just look for XInput. Right, so there's XCB. There's libxinput in wine. Oh, but that's Windows. There's XCB XInput. It could be in there. So there's a way to check for symbols in a thing, isn't there? You can do oh, what is it? Is it obj dump? Oh, that's it. Thank you so much. NM. Oh, is it? Oh, libxi. Oh, right, because it's capital letters I was using. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Right, that saved me some time. Now we go. Alex, now does it work? Query version. Oh, so something happened. So I don't think we need to do query extension. Well, we could do. But equally, we could probably just do this, right? And that would fail. It's failing anyway. Oh, it's okay. The status. Okay, the status when it comes back. So why? What things return a status that I can look at? Yeah, I did rebuild. Libi xt. I'm not sure xt. I'm not sure what that is. But we're looking for like how do we handle an x11 xlib status? What is that? It's a return value. XTST. I'm not sure what that is. I could have sworn it was like a macro or something that you have to use to. Right, some returns status integer. If it fails, it returns 0. Right? If the function returns status of 0, right, so the assert should work. So was that failing because, yeah, because we passed null null in, right, that's why. So event and then error. So event equals 0, then error. Error base, event base. Right, so that's the reason why those failed, I think, initially. And we got the seg fault, right? But now xquery is failing because there's a null in here again. So we need a minor. Okay, found it now. Right, doesn't like null pointers. Right, bad value now. So query version. So if we look at xi query version, we've probably got to pass in what we want. We're probably going to say 2.0 or something like this. Version in out specifies. Right, returns a supported version. The client supported version. Okay, so basically we just have to say not fail to get version, fail this thing goes in here, and we just say 2.0. There we go. That'll do it. Right. Must be at least version 2. Oh no. That returns a status. That's fine. Major version in out. But we're a 2.6, aren't we? It's not working. Something must be wrong. Announces the version to the server. Equal success. What is success? Is there a thing for that? Right, let me just quickly look at this. Yeah, that's. Oh, 0 is everything is okay. Oh, that could be it then. But then query extension fails. Oh, because that one's not a success, is it? That's a ball. Right, that's a ball, so true is. Also, if I read through the buffer descriptor extension, and yep, that's how Vulkan descriptors should originally have been. Yeah, but again, it's an extension. And they made a big stink about it, and it's not supported on any devices. So good luck ever using that thing. So basically, it's just a nice API because descriptor sets work the same way nowadays. But yeah, it's really crazy API. Right, so we finally made it through that garbage. Now we've got this. So we've got an infinite segfault thing going on. And then we hit a Stack Overflow. So somewhere internally, for some reason, it hits a segfault. And then it's like cries out. So what we're going to do is we're going to comment out this code. Or at least leave it hanging. And see if it just relates to this event code, right? So we'll and it with 0. Right, so okay, so it kept. Oh no, bad device parameter. Device? Oh, it's when we do the select input stuff, guaranteed. Yeah, it's just this stuff here. So guaranteed if we do something like this, it might work. Open window. Right, so these fail for some reason. Give me a minute. Well, good for me. It's supported on all GPUs I care about. Or support. Fair play. Alright, we found the issue. So something to do with this fails. So let's go back to that person's source code where we had a look at it and was like, oh, this is how you use this API. So basically they malloc they calloc something. Oh. Love me a good malloc. So we can work out that number, really, at compile time. So theoretically we should be able to do this, right? Yeah. Theoretically we can just do this. Mask.mask. Wait, what's that mask.mask? Char star, okay. UA mask bytes, and you throw that in there, right? That'll be a compile time constant, so it won't be a VLA, right? And you put that there, and then voila. Still got bad device pro. What are you talking about? But this time it didn't fail. So something to do with this and the way it works. Oh, there's no device ID. We didn't put a device ID in there. Excellent. All devices, please. So drop that in there. Try making the mask static. Good point. Wait a minute. Is that a good idea? It's a good idea for our application. But yeah, because we don't do multi-windows, right? So if we support warning, if we support multi-window and have multi-threaded, you won't have multi-threaded window creation. No, you won't. So no need to put warning in. Good. Only plan on supporting on Nua and AMD on Nua. Excellent. Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, mobile though. But yeah, it's basically how they work, right? It's just memory they poke into. You know, the API is still a little bit complicated, you know, because it's Vulkan, but it's much better. Bad value. Out of range operation. What do you mean? So if I get rid of that, it works, right? Good. So it's something to do with this call and all of these bells and whistles. So that's doing a calloc. Right. So static means it's zeroed though, so that's fine. So that's what calloc does, right? They've done all master devices here. So let's try that one instead. Was there anything else we missed? Let's try all master devices. I don't know if that's going to work. Integer out of range for operation. So, you know, I think if we do like an X flush or whatever, you'll actually see it happen at the right place. Set WM protocols, right? So it happens on this one apparently. Alright, is something to do with this? Because if we take it out, it works. Create window, sub window. Maybe an XSync to test it and not flush, because sync will wait for it to give you a, you know, you send it and then you wait for it to actually have happened. True, isn't it? It needs to. Yeah. Yeah, it happened at the sync. Excellent. So because it happened at the sync, it means that you know the one that you called just before, basically, or something. So if we try xsync up here, and we'll see if it's to do with anything before, but probably not, right? So xsync happened at 889. Well, yeah, it's that one. So that's good to know. So we definitely know it's this guy that's failing. We was originally thinking about supporting Intel, but it's really not worth it. The couple of people that use it, yeah, especially if you're trying to do like a high-end game, it does, yeah. And also like, yeah, Intel really need to sort of come over to doing what sort of AMD and Nvidia do with their some of their, because they like to do some weird things. Like there's some weird like properties that they sort of features that they don't support, which you kind of hope they did. But I think it's getting better though. Is Chronos going to seeing what it does better? Maybe. Yeah, it could be also they're trying to make sure that they can support the DirectX to Vulkan translation layers better as well. It's probably a mixture of things. So we know this is the problem. We get a bad value for it. So let's look at the select events again. Don't need that anymore. Let's close that one. So looking for an XI select events. So we get a bad value. So generates bad value, bad device, and bad error. Bad value outside of range. Okay, I knew that one. A value, some value, some value, something, anything. So we could do a thing where we like comment it all out, or you know, comment everything out and just find the right thing. So if we say like, okay, let's comment out all of it but key press and release, does it fix it? No. This last event is probably the too big. So they were doing like raw motion was their largest one. And maybe you have to do up to the largest event that you have, right? So if R1 is key press, key release, as an example right now, maybe it should be the len for that, and then I see what it's doing. It's basically an enum. It's basically an enum that's also used as a mask by shifting, right? So they're saying get the length, and then it divides it by 8 and plus 1, so you get at least enough bits, right? It's not quite divide round up, but it's close enough. And then when you're calling this, you're doing a 1 shift left of that thing, right, and putting it into there. Yeah, you're dividing it by 8, setting the right byte, and then or in the bit in the byte. Yeah, I understand it now. But initially I was like, what is all of this? Right, so then now we just get a stack trace. We get a stack fault rather. When we do a create IC, down here, inside X11, So should have we've done this before? Right, it seemed to have liked it. Okay, so now what this means we can do is try and close this, but I can't because I've buggered something up. We're going to now enable the rest of these. And I guess I could have done last event. Wait, what did I change to fix it? Yeah, I used the, wait, that was button release? Whoops. I think I went too high on it. So if I try that, what's the one we did? It was like key, button. Yeah, we did button release, wasn't it? Some of that button release. Right, we got raws in there yet? Right, so we try that again. Does it still work? Still works. Right. So now we're going to try it again with some higher event. So let's try, for instance, like all up here at last event. Does that fail? Right, I didn't like that. For some reason. Right, because we asked for 2.0. Okay, so 2.0 probably only goes up to raw motion. So I guess if we want to do any of these. Ah, right. So it's raw touch, pinch and that. So that's interesting. I doubt we'll ever really want these. So let's just do it up to raw motion. Right, so we want to say like... because we've got entities in the game. Just to test out the object pool at the start of the game. So we, here's the main function. When we initialize everything, we test out our stack, our global array, test out our hash table, and then we test out our entities. So we've got Perry, we've got Jeff, we've got Don, got a J Omega, got a VMT. That's about it, really. 50% of people, not bad. Yeah, you support more soon. Pretty sure. Right, what we've got here. Right, so I think we did that and it worked, right? So we... No! So I don't know when the raws came in. But... when did X input raw, I don't know. Do we need raw input? X input change log. No. So looking for like a raw event or something like that. When did this one come in? Because we specifically asked for 2.0 or something like that. And I guess that's the reason. And I don't know if we need raw or whatever. Alright, version 2. Raw key press. Raw motion, apparently. Weird. So I don't know why we went up to raw motion. I guess it's because we never used it. I don't know. So let's just get the button release back in there. That's for the other one. And this will work. And then we want to try the key presses, right? So here we go. There we go. We've got device ID. Can you see that? Device ID. That's not the device ID we wanted. But at least we're getting something when we press it now on the keyboard. Okay, so this is a step up. We are actually getting an event back, and it's legit. Now we just want to sort of see all of this information and see how useful it is. So we can get detail, which will give us, presumably give us the key code. Right, so we can try that out. Shouldn't set mask use that instead? Alright, I'll have a look at that. Oh. So set mask will... No. No. Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, because first of all, this person did it this way and it was fine. And second of all, yeah, it's the shifting thing. It does the shifting for you, yeah. But yeah, it's a good call though. Could have been wrong there. Oh, but what about the mask? On the mask. Alright. Hmm. Right, let's also look to see if there's anything else that we're missing. XI, whatever. Let's just double check. Is code query extension. Right, we're not missing anything. That's good. Okay. Yeah, that's fine, Jamega. As soon as you get, you know, people get new PCs by the time you got a game out, so it'll be alright. You know. It's just like the GPU market's been a bit crap lately. But they'll get, you know, they've been quite expensive to get new hardware, isn't it? So they've probably been getting like 1080s or something. Just rolling with that. Right, it's got device ID. Let's try this source ID out. So we're looking for like an 8 or a 9. So if I were to attach another keyboard, this is going to be tricky. Try not to nudge anything. Right, there we go, that fixed it. Hey there, I'm Kip Payne, how you doing? Right, so I use my other keyboard. The IDs are the same. Yeah, the IDs are the same. That's not good. So alright. So we try all devices. Let's try that. Because if I were to look at do a X input list props or list That's it. So we've now got my Corsair keyboard attached, right? So that's got an ID of 14, and these have got like 9 and 10. So what we're looking at, and there's also a 13 and a 15 here. So there's a virtual core keyboard. We're just trying to get these different IDs. Wait a minute, there's a sudo libinput debug events. Device added. Key press. That was good. We saw that right. Event 19, event 16. Thank you. Right, this is helping out. So they're able to get it, right? So it is possible, right? So that's good to know. So it could be we need to drop into raw mode, right? It's probably raw mode, isn't it? So should we try the raw key press? So raw key press. Let's try that. So raw key press, raw key press. And I think we need to use this one. Please don't bugger up, because it was buggering up that high before. Damn it. I might need to up my version, because I'm on like 2. Should we try that? Major. Should we try like 2.6, because that's what we're on, to see if that fixes it. Right, that didn't fix it. So changing the version didn't fix it. So something is really buggered here. Like, why can't we xi and mask len? So we could try and see what the XInput source code. Sorry, libinput. Can you look up the symbol in SO, then only bump the version? I don't think the problem is the symbol. I think the problem is like it knowing how to handle a key code or something. But does XInput use udev and that? It doesn't use X. Does it just sit directly on top of udev? That'd be interesting. Alright, let's look at the medicine build and see what it links against. It might dynamically link, you see. I don't think... Oh, it says event device, right. Right. Okay. But it's not possible to get the keyboard, is it? Without sudo? So you can't, so did I have to use, so like, can you get, yeah, so you can't open those. So is libinput connected via, because I remember when we looked through the header file and we couldn't see those IDs, did we? But I guess, oh, so this is debug for them maybe? I'm not sure. But yeah, that's strange because we couldn't see those IDs in the header file, from what I remember. Or multiple keyboards. We couldn't see that in the header file. So they're able to go as high as raw motion. Like, what is the problem? If this is too high, is zeroed memory, we know that, that's fine. Zeroed memory. Should we only enable the ones that we have? Oh no. Right, that still breaks. Let's try master devices again. I have a 32 gig. Um. The 32. Oh wait, you're talking about 4 gigabytes of RAM. Oh no, video RAM. Yeah, I've recently got a new one and I've got 32 gigs in mine, I think. I forgot, I only built it 6 months ago. Yeah, 32 gigs. Yeah, it's good enough for what I do. Right, so we've still got an issue with this. So I can't enable raw key press because, like, just for some reason. And it's super bizarre. So they did this thing last event. Seems all devices captures the extra devices which in cases takes all these. Try using which takes all these into one keyboard. Oh. Right, we was using master devices. So if we do all devices, maybe we don't have to use a raw event. Should we try that? They're still the same. That's not good. On the different keyboards. Alright, so this raw event thing. What's this person doing? So so they get this new event mask. It's a pointer for some reason. Should be fine. Then they did last event like I was hoping to do, but then that didn't like. But then they did this X sync here. Nope, that's nothing different. Generic event. Raw key press. See, what are they doing? Right, again. Let's take this with us and try it in a test application, because this is just insane. Like, why don't we have... Clang. I want to do LXXI, right? Oh, IO stream. C++. See, let's try this malloc thing, right? I doubt it's that. Why would it be that? Well, I might have to live on the stack maybe. And it runs out, it goes out of our function, but obviously this lives on the stack, it'll live the life of the program anyway. So here we're just going to print f, blah, 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 right. No break required. Okay, that compiles. Okay, I press a key and it responds. So this is a working example, and not this udev thing down here. So they're doing this last event thing. They're doing this thing, but they're not freeing it, right? And neither are these people in this example here. They're not freeing it either, right? Vars is static, so it's available. Yeah, we did mem set 0. Well, we have it static, isn't it? Right? That's zeroed memory, right? Right. Let's do that last event thing again. So let's compare it. So shall we malloc this thing? Free mask. What about the free mask? Wait, did they free it? No? Right before the function returns, I'm not sure. Well, that means... still a bad value again. So let's compare. Devices, all devices, right? They did the len of the mat, right? We did that. They did this one, which is basically what we've been doing anyway. Is zeroed memory. Ours is static, which means zeroed memory. Set the mask, yes. Then they call select events. Wait, they free it on this one, do they? Oh, they do free it here. Good point, good point. Yeah, that shouldn't matter. Yeah, that's not the problem. But I'm wondering, like, yeah. So I'm just... They do this. That's different. Wait, root window. That's it. Right? It's on the root. Oh, no. They're not doing it on the window. They're not making a window. They're just doing it on the root window. So maybe if it's not on the root window... Nah, you sure? I'll give it a go, but it's static, right? Memset. Size of... oh. It worked. My head. Why does that work? What? Isn't static data 0 initialized? No, static data is zero initialized, isn't it? It is a. It's not a. Yeah, it might be a VLA. Yeah, but then it's static. Technically, it is a constant. It's a bit of maths, but I'm sure the compiler's folding that down. Like, this is. Like, if I did that, does it work? No. Oh. Okay. I could have swore so arrays are. But if it was a. I have no idea. Right. I never knew that. I thought all static was zero initialized. Why is that not zero initialized? C array, C static array initialization. Right, it might not because I don't have any initializer syntax on it. Maybe. No, but I could have sworn, unless it's because it's local function scope. I have no idea. I could have sworn it's always zero initialized. What? Even when I do that, which the whole point of that is to say everything in between is initialized to zero. Because the whole point of this syntax here is saying it sets the first element to whatever, and the rest is zero initialized. That's what the spec says. And that still didn't work. I have no idea. We're not doing static anymore. Maybe it is a VLA. But it shouldn't be a VLA because this is a constant. And then it's just doing a couple of shifts. It's just doing a shift right and the +1. That should compile out. But it might not be. Yeah, maybe it's probably doing a VLA, but then doing a static VLA, is that a thing? It might be, right? It's probably doing a VLA. There might be a compiler thing to check for that. Warn VLA. Playing. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Right, it's not warning me that there's a VLA when I compile it. Good point. Enum. Yeah, it works just fine. Wait, do I need to zero that now? No, it still don't work. Bloody weird. I have no idea. But anyway, we'll just do that and move on. Right, so we want raw key presses. But yeah, thank you for that. There. Acros, thank you. I would have not guessed that, you know. Raw key press, raw key release. Right, we've got these now. So let's try these out. Now the raw ones want a raw device thing, right? A raw event. So with a raw event, this might get us bug always 0. Excellent. So I'm hoping this raw event could give us something else. What have we done? Oh, someone else has bugged it up now. Right, so it's still not liking, okay, it's not liking the raw key presses now. So it could be the fact that we're not on major. Let's do 2.6 and try that. Xlib. Oh my days. Yep. It's horrendous. Just trying to get anything to work in X11 apparently. So maybe you can't do the raw key press on a window. You might have to do it on the root window. So should we try that? Also, you shouldn't call them the function multiple times. No. We only open the window once. Yeah, that's for definite. Right, where's default root window? Default root window. So maybe you can only access this here. Let's try that. Right, that worked. Okay, so I get a key, the source ID negative whatever. I press the other keyboard, and then it failed with the get key map. For some reason. Poll events update keyboard map. Okay. Let's ignore this one for a minute. Let's ignore that. Hey there, Banana. Right, so press that key, press that key. Bad device. Get update key map. Didn't I comment that out? Oh, I didn't compile. Yeah, not doing bad, not doing bad. The problem is we've been trying to debug, we're trying to get multiple keyboards working, and we kind of found a direction. Right, the IDs are both the same. I can't really move my device to point to it, but we've just done 2 key presses and they're both the same here. But yeah, oh no, they're different. This is kind of good. So the top one is, okay, I'll move my mouse and do it again. So this ends in 6.0. to, yeah, but that changed. That's different, right? Oh yeah, this one ends in 6.0. So my course ends in 6.0 and this one ends in, yeah, but then it changes gradually. This looks like uninitialized memory to me. But yeah, well, this weird key map issue. Sure. So that does work regardless. Now we know. But does this fail regardless, right? So what if it was to change my keyboard settings 35. Let's print here. Change my keyboard. No, it doesn't do it. Something different. Is that mapping notify regardless? Nope, doesn't tell me. But yeah, it lands in here anyway. We'll ignore that for now. So let's take a look at these. And make sure we're getting these correct events. Like we're doing something right here. Generic event on the cookie. Is that what we want? To cast the cookie into a raw event? Because it feels like we're accessing uninitialized memory, you know? So maybe allocated something, we should be using that instead. Oh, Nico, how are we doing? Welcome, welcome. We're in the middle of trying to figure out how to get multiple keyboards coming through X11. We've made some progress. It's been a bit weird. Awesome. Have a good one. Thank you so much for the raid. Cookie data. Right, so they're passing cookie data, and the cookie data ends up being a device. Right, so that's why it was uninitialized. So if we turn cookie data, okay, so this will probably work, which means maybe we don't need raw key press. Maybe we can get away with the other key press. Right, so I press down on my Apple keyboard. We get a device 3 and a 10. 3 and a 10. So source ID looks like the right one. So I press J on my other keyboard. We get 14. These are the numbers. These are the numbers, right. I think we've got it now. We've got the numbers that we want. Because now we've got those 10 and 14s. If we run this, there's a 10 and there's a 14. Right, identifying the two different keyboards. There we go. So now we can run that against XInput to get us the... We can use XInput. There's a special thing here, I swear. This one. And it can give us this thing here. Dev input event 16. And that will give us... And we can use that to map it against UDEV. And then any events that come through X11, we can map that into our UDEV device, and that means if we plug multiple keyboards in, we can keep track of them being plugged in, and we can also, yeah. So that means then we were wrong. We maybe don't need raw key press, but maybe we just get rid of just key press, right? Right? Because the raw one is not going to give us the translated keys, which we kind of want the translated keys, I think. Let's try that out. Right, so I press on my keyboard, we get some 10s there, get some 14s there. This is what we want. Oh my days, that was so difficult. So these are the numbers that we want. Bam. So I think there's we had the source code open for we had the source code open for XInput, which is now gone. I closed it. So basically you can say XInput source code, and we want to fish out the property. There's like a thing for it, right? There's a get properties. And we need to find the atom for it. It's weird. Yeah, so this get property thing. We need to use this, but we can say like there's like list properties. So we're gonna grab the source code for that and just see what the atom. Wait, there's an atom name, isn't there? And I think we can use that atom name. So an atom is a deduplicate string ID. This is too hectic. Better use xrecord. Better to use xrecord extension. I don't know what that does, or if that's easier. Is it easier? Where's record? X record. Oh, it's extensions in it. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it'll be a whole learning what this thing is as well. But yeah, I've no idea. I've never used it. They're like range events of some kind. But yeah, I have no idea. I remember reading into it and it was saying like you can receive any event or something like that. So there's like a list properties. This is it. List properties, then he goes over each of the properties and calls this guy. Now, with this guy, there's a get property based on an atom that comes in, and then it prints out the atom name. Okay, so we just want to get that name. Here it is. Device node. That's the atom name, right? So we grab that. We go over into here. Like we've got our close thing. Oh, where is it? Close. There you go. X11 atom. So we're just going to call this like IX2, XI2 device node. Device node? Device node. Atom. So we'll populate this. So we'll delete atom. This one. No, this one. OS backend IX2. This one. intern atom. So they call like an intern table or something like that. So, sorry, it's string interning, something like that. And an atom means like a string ID, duplicated string ID is, yeah, naming of things. So you basically give it a string and it gives you back an ID. Oh, I've changed my keyboard layout. Right, so now we can use this. Okay, so and we can use that get property thing. And then we can use that to get the string. So basically there's a get property. And it should be a success. And this should tell us, this should help us map. So when we get that device event, right, that source ID, where does that source ID go into? Device ID. That's source ID, isn't it? Wait, there was device ID 3 or 4 or something. Virtual keyboard. And then, okay. Yeah, we didn't care about that one. So you want to do a property. Get the property for that source ID. Okay. So you should be able to do this. All right, let's try it out. So source ID, the atom is OS backend. Come on, work with me. OS backend, this one. Then I don't know what those numbers mean, but we'll try it out in a bit. Right, turns out we need all of this, maybe. %25 instruction per second, that's insane. That's a good increase. Well, it's not insane, right? 100 times would be 100% would be insane. But yeah, 25% is good nowadays. And that's yeah. So we're looking for, so they've got this like act, format and type, number of items, bytes after, data, pointer. So I want to take all that and just delete the ones we don't need. So drop these up here. So we'll just keep it proper dirty right now because we're not trying to do anything. So it's definitely going to give us back a string. Well, we're expecting a string. So we'll care about the type in a bit. Okay, you know what? Let's chorus that the you know, we'll do another if statement, right? If not equal to what? No, equal to XA string. Don't care about formatting for now, just getting stuff working. And ACK format equals 0. So you can do a string len on the data pointer. And that advances, there should only be one entry. There should only be one item. Right. So we should then be able to look at that string. So printf, we're trying to print out like device, was it device node? Something like this, new line, data. Right, try that. Crap. What is this? X, that, okay, good. Next one, Oh, I typed that wrong. Okay. This one is okay. OS backend connection. XA string. Do I have an XA string? What's an XA string? XI proto maybe, or XI or X atom. I think this one includes proto, so it might be X atom. Right, that compiled with X atom. Now let's give that a go, see what we get. So I press down on the keyboard. We get a nothing. Press down on that keyboard, we get a nothing. Oh, we don't see a device group come in. So why is that? Should we just comment that out and just let it just do its thing? See what happens? Okay, there you go. So we've got device node event 16. Click here, event 19. Excellent. So 19 and 16. So we're getting different keyboard devices now. So this is all we needed to map it. So I just want to quickly check some numbers. Like what is ACK format? What is N items? I want to just see what I can just hard code it to be. They're longs. Okay, they're longs. I did times, didn't I? Right. So X items 8 and 18. Right, so it's 18 long. The string is 18 long. Right. Okay. So 8. Format is 8. So they said if it's not equal to 0, then ignore it. Oh, 8. Not equal to 8. Okay. Tiny text. Yeah. Right. Oh. So N items will just be the string len, I'm pretty sure. Right. So it said 18, right? So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There you go. So that's the string length. That should be handy. So we can just say, right. So we can format this properly now. So string length, string size equal n items. I guess we could do that differently, but yup. So yeah, now we can map. Okay, now we've got code. Yeah, we can map it now. So we need to do the same thing for the mice. Can we do the same thing for the mice? That's a good question. I've got 2 mice handy. We can try that. So what can we subscribe to now? So there's button press, button leave. Interesting. Or button press, should we try that? So if I click in here, we're doing source ID 12, right? So it is coming through, but we're not getting, when we come through here, the 12 is the mouse. So when we come through there, what do we get? Um, is it a string? Does it not have the node? We'll print out another thing saying like that or something. Yeah, and item. Oh. Oh, Ransel, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's the answer in it. Yes. So we've got event 18 on that one. The mouse code. So I have another mouse here. It's just here's the other mouse. So it's a Corsair one, but yeah, I use it's more of a flat one, and it's actually much nicer. But I use more this Anchor one here, which is it's upright, so you can it's a lot nicer on the wrist. If I plug this thing into one of the few remaining USB ports I actually have, which is going to be in the back of my Corsair keyboard. Oh no, I can put it into my Mac keyboard. Wait, will it fit? Right, so now I've got this plugged in. I don't think it's got enough power through the Mac keyboard, so I have to... Right, let's plug that in the back of my Corsair keyboard. It's glowing now. Yeah, the Apple mouse, damn that thing. Right, so if I click... Right. Okay, anyway, so if I click in here... Oh ho ho! Right, event 24, event 18. So you get different mice as well. But the thing is about the mice is this. How do the X coordinates, do X and Y coordinates, is it sensible? Do they go different? Right? So what is that one? Device. Device event. So they've got root XY, event XY, right? What are these things? So in the Chrome browser, they use root X. Okay, they've got two different things, right? So we'll just print them all out. They're doubles. So I don't know how good, what this is going to be like. So let's try them all out. You ready? So X, event X, or event pos, we'll call it. So it'd be F, F, event, oh my days, I'm forgetting already, event X, event Y. And this one will be root. Root position. See, we had to do on the root window as well. Alright, let's try that one out. So now so 900 966 whatever. Okay, so if I were to move this other mouse, and then click, right, so they share the same mouse coordinates, right? I don't know if there's a way. So they share the same mouse coordinates. I don't know if there's a way to get it to say, hey, use different mouse coordinates, because maybe that's up to the window manager. I have no idea. But that would be interesting if we could get that to work. So mouse pointers, barrier mouse pointers, or these are pointers. Query pointer, warp pointer. That probably means just like teleport somewhere. Set client. Cursor's only one, so that's a different concept from a device. Oh, but you can use relative coordinates. You can use the relative, yeah. So you can, the absolute position, you can do it in software, right? I'm losing my mouse now. So here we get -1 and 1. Like that's all we care about, isn't it? Yeah, excellent. Right, we got this. Nailed it. So, yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay, so I think we have all the information we need now. So what we need to do next, this is the SDL source code, is we need to do something like this, where we can like use udev and basically subscribe to the events of when stuff is connected. And then when we have this, we can build up a hash table of the connected devices. And then we can basically map the event into that device and stuff like this. So yeah, this will work. So now we can have an array of devices and stuff and know the difference between them all. It's interesting. Oh my days, that was far more complicated than I thought. So the summary is XKB is a no-go for events. XInput, it does keyboard, mice. Wait, does it do controllers? Maybe not. I think that's all raw. That doesn't go through the X server, I don't think. Yeah, but XInput is the Windows thing for gamepads. Ugh. Yeah, it's just the worst thing to Google for. Okay, we ain't doing that. Cool. Right, it's good progress. So it's getting quite late here, so I'm gonna have to jam. So I'll next hopefully be on Sunday. There is a multi-pointer X. Yeah, but not in the window managers, maybe. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's not in here, right? But yeah, it's good enough. It's good enough what we have. We can work with it. But yeah, so we'll next be on the Sundays at 4 p.m. GMT +1. If not, it's Tuesdays at 6 8 p.m. GMT +1. Right, yeah. It's a shame. But that's cool though. So not as good progress as I hoped, but at least we found out the answer which connects it all together. And yeah, it's okay. So that's good. But yeah, I'm not sure if we could have gone through the raw system, because every time I've tried, you end up needing sudo or something, right? So yeah, this has to be the way through the display server. Unless they do it with evdev, but I don't know. Yeah, do people access keyboard with ev? But then we don't get the translation support, do we? No, we need it. We need it for the keyboard at least, right? Because in X, what this UTF-8 lookup? Yeah, X UTF-8 lookup string, and we need the key, the X11 key. Even though I guess we have to roll our own like lookup table to translate from all of the different key, like Shift and Alt and everything to get a UTF-8 key back. For translation, you should use XKB common. What, XKB common? Right. It can also be used by XCB applications. See, this is the thing I was missing when I tried to do XCB. I didn't know this thing existed. Damn it. Why don't I know these things? But yeah. Is it part of XKB? Yeah. Yeah. Because they, if you use evdev or whatever, do you need sudo? Can you do it without sudo? Yeah, it uses it too, fair enough. Right. But do you like... So, events are processed by the XF evdev driver for inputs. You don't need sudo. Interesting. I don't know what it could have. It could have been that. What did I try before? I tried something to do with the keyboard, and I couldn't access it. We could try it quickly. Cats. So we got the device right. It's at 12 or something. Wait a minute. No, 10. So this one's input 16. So if we like cat dev 16, right? Do you get permission denied on that? But that might be just read the raw keyboard that way, right? But is there a different place where we need to use it? Or do you have this evdev? You need to open it with evdev or... Right. Because if you did it with sudo, it works, right? Then, so what are they doing? Sudo cat. And then as I type, it comes up, right? So, what are they doing to get around the sudo? I guess it's going through the kernel properly instead of trying to read it somehow. There's some... Yeah, the X server opens up those devices. That's what my understanding was as well with X, is it opens up your keyboards. So do they get around it here? Open managed. This device is gone again. How to read and consume these. You should be using to read events. So we've got this here. This little example application here. But does it need sudo? So it's saying is essentially read on steroids, right? So should we give that a go? Where's that test application? So we'll do another one. LF0 else. So we need to like include everything. Include what it is now. I forgot how you read other pages. Section page. Anyway. Yeah, this one. I already got it. What? I'll need a main function. Don't mind me. Get that. So lib ev that looks sketchy. This would block an open. Open syscall. This one. We'll just comment that out. Can't be bothered. E again. That's error no. All right. So we can try that. We need probably a dash L evdev. And so we can run that. Right, so it ran and stopped. Probably because it actually failed to open. Because we hard-coded it to event 0. So we should probably do something like this. Just don't print out the error. Okay. Then there you go. Failed to open. So if we try, right. So I was looking for. It was 16, wasn't it? Okay. Does that work? Failed to initialize. Right, it actually fails to open here. But if I sudo it, it'll work, right? Does not look like a mouse. Okay, that's fine. But it opens it in sudo. So this is a problem I've had before. But I guess because I remember doing this on the Raspberry Pi, I think it was, and I did it without X11 and it worked, but then I booted up X11 and it didn't work. Something like that. Am I in the input group? Do I have to be? Yeah, but that's... Yeah, but if I have to be in the input group, then it means the person who installs my application has to put themselves in the input group, right? That's not good. Hmm. Yeah. So it's weird. Yeah, I actually missed the Raspberry Pi. I had it on I tried to look again in one recently, and they're all out of stock still. It's just crazy how popular they are. They're a bit of fun. But yeah, oof. So it's the key logger. So you boot into it and you open. Drop privileges. Right, so you have to call it with sudo or something, right? Huh. Drop privileges, interesting. I'm looking at it because, you know, I'm just having a look to see like if there's another way to do it than the way I've currently figured out, right? But I don't know if there is. I think thank you so much for the raid there, Neo. Welcome raiders, how are we doing? How's it going, guys? Yeah, so they seem to drop their privileges there. Yeah, so I don't know if it's possible through lib evdev. Vulkan equal love, I heard. Oh yeah. Have you been doing some Vulkan? Nice. But yeah, I don't think we can do lib. Yeah, so we've just been trying to get multiple keyboards working, and we've found a solution. And multiple mice. So I've been using xlib and frying our brains out trying to figure out the correct API or trying to find any examples on the internet, just trying many things out. But we've found an answer now to do it through X11. I was just looking to try and do it through lib evdev. As low as you can go, except for if you want to interact with the kernel directly. Right. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I don't. But how is lib input opening the device? I guess that's another thing to check, is lib input source code. Why didn't I just check there right away? Like when you open up a device, what does it do? Like in general. Open restricted. Interesting. This could be it, right? Drain FD. Open restricted. Open. create, here you go. Sanitize that name. Yeah, but it does it. But how does it do it? Like, is libinput used by X11 then? Like, or can people use it? Can people use libinput in X11? Yeah, but I don't want to go be part of the plug dev group. I don't want to try that because as soon as I try, I have to remove myself because I don't want the users of the application to have to change their group, right? But if libinput can be used by any user on an X11 desktop, right? Then how are they doing that? If they're opening the file descriptor directly for the keyboard, right? Because we had to use sudo. Hey Sockham, how you doing? Because we had to use sudo, right? When we did libinput, for that debug events, that required sudo. So we can list the devices fine. No, we can't list the devices without sudo, apparently. So I don't think libinput can be used without root on an X11 based, or even not even X11, but just on Linux in general. Like, you must be part of that special group then, Acras. I think you must be part of a special group. Because if I can't, but I don't want people to be part of a special group, right? Yeah. So this is the issue, right? Okay, so we can't use lib evdev directly. X11 has to use that because X11 is logged on using root, and it can access that. But what about the gamepads? Don't we access the gamepads this way? No, because the gamepads access through udev, right? And udev, we get the events through udev itself, right? So no other way than X11. If X11 is not running, I think you can do it. I think I'm lost myself. Like, I'm confused exactly on it, but it's something to do with either you need root or X11 needs to not be running. It's one of those two. I forgot which way it is. Oh no, I think you need root. No, you need root or to be part of a group, part of a group of users, right? So there's an event thing in here. There's a udev, or is it evdev? Like, because you do some. Right, where's the SDL source code? We're in udev now. They do like, there's a button. They can handle device event. Yeah, but these are device events. We're not talking about these. So it wasn't udev, was it udev or was it EV? Scan devices, we're not talking about that. Right. X11 events. There's something to do with the gamepad in here, no. Core Linux evdev. So they use open here, device added, open. So you can open it. And they use this sometimes. Yeah, so I think you can run SDL to use EVDev directly, but it might not always. Yeah, but you have to be in root or something. Hey Perry, how you doing? I'm late. Yeah, X7 doesn't block it. Yeah, that's correct. Yep. Yeah, that sounds correct. How's it going, Perry boy? How you doing? So what are we trying to Google here? So SDL EVDev. That's permissions. Yeah, it's not with SDL. Wait, none of those with SDL there. But yeah, where's the gamepad go through at least? There's a specific thing you can use to read the mice EV. Yeah, this is it. Like, no. Where was that handmade network post? What was it? They were using. See, they could open this here. They can open up a specific joystick or gamepad. And they're reading input event, which is UDEV. Yes. So you could go through UDEV in that case. So is that... So that input event structure... Linux input. No, you're going through EVDev. Yeah, not doing bad, man, not doing bad. Yeah, we've just been trying to figure out to do this multi-keyboard thing. We've found out an answer, but then I'm like looking at like, is there another way with this EVDev? Because we're doing it through X11 right now, and we found the way. Why not GLFW? Reasons against it. Well, you can just compile it into your application, and it's just, it's not third-party dependency. It's just because to learn this stuff and see what capabilities you can do without GLFW. Like we're doing multiple keyboard support here, having a go with that. Like doing some extra features that's not really in the standard abstractions that people use. Apps typically alter UDEV rules to allow them. Yeah, so it is using EVDev. So if this one's using EVDev, then like so SDL EVDev. So EV oh BTNA. Right, it's looking like BTN. That's not right. Then mice. Where do they do their gamepad stuff? It's not in here. Gamepad. Because they did it through... Well, they called it joystick. So this is just figuring out the device using udev, and then actually opening a proper connection to it. But I don't know if they'll end up using evdev to do that. Maybe they do. Device added. Maybe SDL uses the older Joy Dev interface. I think it does. That might make more sense. But maybe... So if we have our gamepad connected, where's my... I've got too many USBs everywhere. But yeah, I think... Right, this would be something to explore next time, is like... So how... Yeah. So we can explore gamepads next time and see sort of like how those connect. Do they connect via... They're saying to use evdev, but from our experiences, that's not true. Well, you know what? Let's see what happens. Alright, so unplug my keyboard. And I think all my audio settings are going to change again. So I'm plugging in the PS5 controller. Okay, so that's coming through here, so that's good. So what? So we list some devices, no? XInput list. So there should be a mouse, right? We got a touchpad, because if I touch the touchpad on my... My ear is so loud. What's up? What's up? Is it when I touch the oh no. Is it when I touch the... Oh, okay, that's good. No, last time when I plugged in my controller, it's like the PS5 controller took over the microphone. But yeah, if we use the touchpad on here, it moves it around. It's pretty cool. But see, the mouse will show up here, right? Touchpad. But we're not talking about the touchpad. What we're talking about is the gamepad. So we've got to find where that is. So I think we can use udev. Oh no. LSUSB. I'll do it. No, it won't. There was the cat proc. This will do it. So you search for like Sony, and you'll find the answer. Wanted to create another mail so I can have a Twitter account for purely game dev stuff, so I went to create a new Gmail. Seems my phone number more than one account. Oh no. You need to get 2 phones now. So what we find is there's 23. Event 23. Yeah, so there's motion sensors on a different event. So we can even do motion sensors as well. And we can do that because we have access to udev. So we could find all this, hopefully. So event 23. So we cat dev event input. It just works. It just works without sudo. Analog stick. Click, click, click. So yeah, I remember this before actually, I think. So if you cat a keyboard, it's like no. But gamepads, apparently. So maybe on Linux, input keyboards are in a different permissions. Yeah, this must be it. Keyboards and mice are in different permissions, maybe mice, because you can keylog, right? Whereas gamepads, no one cares about gamepad information, right? That's just my thinking. about it. I've no idea if that's true, but that is probably what the reason is. So it means what we can do is we can actually use evdev directly and do this, right? We can just open this up and then we'll get this input event structure and we can read the events into it and just do this. And it'd be super easy. Right, so I think we nailed it now. So the system that we've got, it's not crazy, but I think it's the only system we can do. Because I think libinput might not work still. I know, but also libinput doesn't do multi-keyboard from when we looked at the interface. So there's that too. Oh. Right. I'm trying to use it to port SCL to X11 list device. I went berserk and added frame buffer dev video backend. Excellent. Which doesn't see which doesn't have much to see with fbdev actually. It's more wraparound EGL with hard-coded mode. Yeah, I always thought about that. It's like, could you make a Linux distribution just boot into and just use the frame buffer device thing? Even with GPU drivers, could you do that? I forgot about it. It's been a while. Problem is that I've configured SDL2 to use evdev without udev, and I don't receive any events. So looking at right. Yeah, so you have to use udev to find the devices, don't you? Because that's the whole point of udev. You use udev to find the devices. I guess you could just search the directory structure, but yeah, there's that. Yeah, having required is probably reasonable at this point. Patch, good. Joysticks for one don't work as expected on Linux without udev at the point to consider. Right. Yeah, so we need to use udev anyway. Excellent. Right, so I think we've found all the right answers today. I'm happy about that. So we have all the things that we need to do multi-keyboard now, multi-mouse, multi-keyboard, multi-mouse, and gamepad support. So I think next stream we'll probably start by integrating udev to find the devices, get like, I've attached this keyboard, I've attached this mouse, I've attached this gamepad, get that to all come through and sort of see what that looks like, and make it a front-end interface for that, like an OS interface for that we can use in our game. Then maybe we'll just do events or something like that. And then when we have our devices hooking up, right, we need a hash table that maps the event to a device. And then we can use that to map our keyboard presses that we get. Where is it? This one. So when we do our key presses, we get this node, this dev node path. We can map that to our devices that we've connected through udev, and then we can say, oh, this device has had this event. So that's super cool. So yeah, we'll do that next stream. So that's a royal pain. Yeah, thank you so much for everyone's help today. It was really cool. So let's see if we can find someone to raid. Oh ho ho. Yeah, this guy was in a software. I was still doing the software rasterizer. Good man. We'll rate him. Yeah, have a good start of your weekend, everyone. I'll see you all on Thursday. Sorry, Sunday. It's Thursday. Yeah, hopefully Sunday. I might be a little bit late. Because there might be a little event that I go to, but I'll try and leave. I'll try and be on by six latest. But anyways, much love, everyone. See you soon. Bye bye.